All right, everybody. Thank you all for being here tonight. We'll go ahead and start the meeting. This is a hybrid meeting of the CCURA and the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8 and the city's website and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091. I will now call the meeting to order and ask the secretary for roll call. Roll call.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Commissioner Madera, Commissioner Teeter,
Present.
Commissioner Chacon,
Present. Could you hear me?
yes, now we can.
Okay.
Thank
Present.
you. Thank you. Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Dukes,
Present.
Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Douglas,
Present.
Commissioner Henson, Commissioner Amador, and Commissioner Machuga. No. Chair Douglas, I do not believe you have a quorum.
Okay.
And I do not see the other commissioners virtually.
All right. No. Have they all been contacted? Did you hear back from anyone that they were not going to attend the meeting?
The only one that we had heard contact from that would not be able to attend was board member Henson.
Okay. I saw Board Member Machuga yesterday. He said he would be here online. Well, I'll give it 5 minutes.
Did he say that Kathy said she couldn't come? Yeah.
That's it. All right. Yeah, because the next meeting is not till 7, and I'm sure those board members for planning will, or probably plan on being here around 6:30, but.
There's two planning commission in there.
Two.
We just looked at the language, Mayor. We're actually good with the 7 that we have on board, so you can continue.
Okay, thank you. All right, I need a motion and second to excuse those members not present.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
second.
So moved.
So moved by Mayor Pro Tem, or Vice Chair Noble, and then Commissioner Dukes. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay. Motion passes 6-1. With 5 unexcused absences. All right. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay. All right. Motion was made by Commissioner Teeter and second by Commissioner Dukes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And motion passed 7 with 5 excused absences. All right, first up. Oh, sure. First up, Resolution URA 2025-008, First Amendment to Declaration of Covenants. I'd like to invite Del West representative forward. Joe D'Agato. Good evening.
Switch is on top.
And I forgot to remind everybody, once you're done speaking, go ahead and turn your mic off. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Rita Connerly on behalf of Tract F LLC. I'm with the law firm of Fairfield and Woods, 1801 California Street, Suite 2600, Denver, Colorado, 80202.
Hi, Joe Delzato with Del West Corporation.
Tract F LLC would like to request a continuance this evening for a couple of reasons. One is our title company failed to deliver to your legal counsel evidence of ownership of certain properties in a timely manner. And secondly, because we would like to see the commissioner from Adams County present today, as there is an IGA with Adams County and the authority regarding this topic of affordable housing. With that, I respectfully request a continuance. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that, but that's on the second one. This one is the First Amendment to Declaration of Covenants. So it's twofolds.
They're requesting a continuation for both of the items on the
Okay.
agenda today.
All right, just wanted to clarify that. Okay. All right, any commissioners have questions for staff? Or the applicant? Okay, you have two options here. Make a motion?
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to provide continuance on both the items tonight on a URA. Oh, sorry, I'll do the first one. So, Resolution URA 2025-008. I'd like to make a motion to request continuance on that one.
Second.
The motion of,
Mayor, would you like to have that motion include a date certain? And I believe October the 20th is available.
Yes, I can amend the motion. So the motion on the table would be requesting a continuance for URA 2025-008 to October, you said 20th? 20th.
yes. Vice Chair Noble?
Thank you. Is there a certainty that Commissioner Henson is available on that evening?
We've not been able to confirm with any other members on the URA board. However, just due to the schedules that we have with items already scheduled, and we have a URA scheduled that evening, because that is the opening of the budget for the URA, we would hope that the members would be available, but we would have to confirm regardless on those nights as well for just that item.
I think there has been a short notice for these meetings, and county commissioners do their jobs as a full-time job and have meetings constantly, so overlapping with them on these meetings happens without giving them enough forewarning. So I hope that we will ensure that she is available. So I wondered if if there could be a looseness to the October 20th date, since we don't know for certain that she is available. Since it relies on her presence.
I think we can get comfortable with not having a date, given it's not a land use hearing. Customarily, when we would have certain requirements, or that we would be compelled by our regulations or law to bring items forward. So once again, we had recommended October 20th as a date certain for clarity, but if the board would like more flexibility in that, then you would simply have to amend your motion again.
Commissioner Weeks?
No, I think providing as much notice as we can and October 20th is appropriate for right now.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to continue the resolution to the set date of October 20th, 2025. Any more discussion?
Oh, yeah, this mic's on, we just gotta split it. Split it there.
So the motion on the floor is to extend the meeting, to continue the resolution to October 20th, 2025. That is a motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. 7, 5 excuse absences. Commissioner Amador is trying to get online. All right. I will hold off until he gets on for the second one. He's on? All right. Hold on. Is he going to be on the screen or is he on the phone? Okay, I'll wait till.
You know what I mean?
All right. It was stated earlier on the transfer portion of the track F to the CCHA. So we're going to make this official. I'd like to invite Del West representative forward to present this item.
Thank you, commissioners. Is that right? I think we're on, right? Okay, sorry. Rita Connerly, on behalf of Tract F LLC. I'm with the law firm of Fairfield and Woods, 1801 California Street, Suite 2600, Denver, Colorado, 80202.
And Joe Delzato with Del West Development Corp. again.
Tract F LLC respectfully requests a continuance of this matter to October 20th, 2025, in consideration of allowing the Adams County Commissioner and other representatives of the authority to be present. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion from the commissioners? Okay, need a motion and a second to continue the resolution until October 20th, 2025.
I'd like to,
Commissioner Dukes?
so I'd like to make a motion to continue, make a motion regarding resolution URA 2025-006 to continue discussion until October 20th, 2025.
Guys, the motion?
That is the motion.
Need a second?
Second.
Commissioner Teeter? Second? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Amador. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. All right, that passes 7-5, excuse absences. Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, can you ask the folks online what their vote was? We did not get that.
Oh, sorry about that. Commissioner Chacon, Commissioner Chacon?
Hi. Sorry, I was putting my thumb up.
I'm sorry about that. And Commissioner Amador, did you hear the resolution to be continued to October 20th?
Aye.
Thank you. All right. So change that to 9 with 5 excuse absence. Thank you for clarification. Okay, I need a motion and second to enter executive session of the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority pursuant to CRS 24-6, 402, parentheses 4 and B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice related to a special warranty deed. Is there any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to enter executive session. If they can make a motion.
Second.
So move.
Okay.
Second.
All right. The motion on the floor is to enter executive session, enter into an executive session of the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority pursuant to CRS 246, 402, parentheses 4 and B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice related to the special warranty deed. Commissioner Chacon, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Amador?
Aye.
Okay, all those in favor say?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, passes 9 with 5 excused absences. We will now enter into executive session. The URA will return from the executive session to adjourn, and the meeting broadcast recording will remain up. The executive session is estimated to last approximately 30 minutes.
Councilmember Chacon, and Commissioner Amador, we'll send you a new Zoom link for the executive session. Thank you. Perfect.
Seeing no further action. So URA is adjourned. The time is 7:08.
You're good now, Mayor, sorry.
Thank you, no problem. See no further business. The meeting is adjourned. All right, we'll call a special order, sorry, let's call a special meeting to order and ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon,
Present.
Councilmember Dukes,
Present.
Councilmember Kim, Councilmember Ford,
Here.
and Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion and second to excuse members not present.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Motion was made by Councilmember Dukes and second by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Okay, I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Mayor, this will be a voice vote.
Votes for yes.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed
Aye.
say nay. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Chacon. All right. That passes 7 with 2 excused absences. Okay, up first is notice of council of business, donation of $3,800 to Adams 14 School District. This item is requested at the September 15, 2025 regular meeting. I will invite Councilmember Douglas to introduce this item.
Yes, last week, the athletic director from the school district came and asked for a donation of $3,800 to cover expenses for sound and stage for an after homecoming parade party to go throughout the day at Adams City High School. And questions came up regarding the legality, and so there was an extension asked for, which was made for tonight, and so it is now come back as a special meeting item. And so the athletic director also came to the cultural council. Cultural council has found out that they're actually in the red right now, and so they weren't able to help in any way. But with the information that's been received from our legal department, it looks like this is something that we could certainly go ahead and do. In the presentation that was made for the cultural council, there was a breakdown of the money that was asked. $2,000 was for the stage, and then $1,800 for the sound system to make sure that that they had good equipment to work with, and that they would be able to do the party in a style that would be reflective of the community desires. And so this is coming back with all the information, so I'd like to make a motion that we donate $3,800 to the school district for their celebration.
Okay, that's the motion. Need a second? Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to donate $3,800 to Adams 14 School District for a sound stage and for the after party with Chicano Heat. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Aye.
Thank you, Councilmember Chacon. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. All right. The time is 7:13. Seeing no further business, we'll adjourn this meeting and call the special order, another special session to order. We'll now call a we'll now call a study session to order. Sorry, that one was a special meeting. This is a study session. So, is our planning commissioners here? Who's all in attendance tonight? Commissioner Billtop is here tonight?
Chair
No?
Billtop is not here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have 3 planning commissioners here.
Okay.
David Sanchez, Deborah Davidson, and Jennifer. Okay, sorry, I was just trying to.
Sure.
coordinate you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So you could use a clicker here, okay? And the mic, if we want to turn on that. Okay, yeah, this is off right now, and then switch it to turn on. So Heather will kick it off and then turn it over to you. All right.
Thank you, planning commissioners, for being here tonight and your patience with the other 2 meetings prior to this. Okay, up first is a housing need assessment joint presentation with Planning Commission, and it's going to be with Heather Bitlock, Planning Manager, to introduce this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Planning Commissioners. Appreciate everyone's time and attention tonight. So I'm introducing our consultant, Christian Karen, with Matrix Design Group. He's going to be presenting the housing needs assessment to you this evening. And a housing needs assessment is a data-driven study that evaluates the supply, demand, and affordability of housing. We ask that Council and Planning Commission keep your conversations and questions and observations about the data that's being presented to you tonight. We will do something called a housing action plan next year, which is really where all the policy making comes into play. So tonight is about the housing needs assessment. This is a study session which is presenting data to you. That will feed into the draft report, which will then feed into the final report, which will be finalized by the end of the year. This housing needs assessment meets the Department of Local Affairs guidelines in terms of what a housing needs assessment needs to be, and makes Commerce City eligible for Prop 123 funding. And it also meets the state requirements for what a housing needs assessment needs to be. So with that, we'll kick it off, and I'll turn it over to Christian.
Thanks. Thank you for the introduction and background, Heather. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and members of the commission. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening to discuss the results of this important project. My name is Christian Karen. Just a little bit about me. I am a consultant with Matrix. I completed a PhD in political science at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where I specialized in state and local government as well as quantitative methods. So with that, I will go on to the next slide. So in terms of the agenda for this evening, just going to start with providing some background on this project. Then we're going to move on to covering some of the key findings. And finally, the public engagement piece of this project has been pretty central. So we're going to take some time to talk about that as well. All right. So what is an HNA? So an HNA is really a data-driven study that evaluates the supply, demand, and affordability of housing, right? Just to give you some context, last year, the state passed the law SB 24-174 that essentially mandates that every 6 years, cities with populations over 1,000 conduct an HNA. There are some strict requirements that have been laid out by DOLA in terms of what metrics need to be presented in the HNA. It's intended to cover things like demographic and economic trends, the composition, age, condition, and quality of the housing stock, right? What are current rent levels, vacancies, home prices, what percentage of homeowners and renters are cost burdened, meaning they're spending 30% or more of their incomes on housing, right? And finally, a real critical part is to identify the housing gap, right? Like how many units does the city need to meet the current shortage? HNAs often lead into a housing action plan, which is really meant to drive public policy, right? The HNA is more of a descriptive report rather than a prescriptive one. All right, now I just want to talk a little bit about the project timeline. So we kicked off this project around the new year. And in the early months, we focused on really data collection as well as stakeholder engagement. We really picked up the public engagement piece in the summer months. Most notably, we held a series of open houses in July. We're set to give a final presentation to the community later in the fall. And a draft of the report will be available for review by staff at the end of next month, with the project wrapped up at the end of the year. And the report is not due to the state, though, until the end of 2026. The Housing Action Plan is set to kick off next spring, and that's not due until January 2028, actually. I just want to talk briefly about the data sources that we used. So in every case, we used the most recent data that was available to us. So the estimates from the state demography office are pretty central here. These come from DOLA. The most recent data comes from 2023. So we made sure to use that. The main piece of socioeconomic data came from the American Community Survey, the ACS, which is conducted by the U.S. Census Bureau. Now, we utilize the 5-year version. So the way to think of it as the most recent version, which was released last year, it covers actually 2019 to 2023. There are several other data sources listed there that we also used. And if you have any questions, happy to talk about those. All right, now on to the major findings. All right, so the most recent data from DOLA show that the population of Commerce City is just over 67,000 people, right? And there are about 21,000 households. And if you look on that chart on the right, what we did is we sought to project how much the population is projected to grow in the coming decades, right? So as you might see, we think based on recent trends that the population is set to cross the 100,000 mark in around 2040 or so. The median age has risen. It reached close to 34 years old in 2023, yet that is relatively young, all right? So even though there's been aging, as a result, for example, of declining birth rates, the population of your city is still fairly young compared to the state as a whole, for example, into Adams County. 24% of residents have a bachelor's or higher, which is lower than the statewide level. So definitely, more working class oriented here in Commerce City. What we are also seeing is that the size of the average household has gradually fallen in recent years, right? Which is the result of a multitude of factors, such as the fact that families are much smaller than they used to be, right? People are having fewer children, for example. What we also found is that the home ownership rate, at least as of the most recent version of the ACS, which again covered 2019 to 2023, it actually has risen in recent years. So it's now the case that nearly 80% of households in Commerce City own rather than rent their homes. All right, now we're going to talk a little bit about the economic trends. So when you adjust incomes for inflation, what we find is that there has been some pretty substantial income growth in recent years, right? So in 2023, the median household in Commerce City earned over $106,000. But what's interesting is if you look at the chart on the right, what you'll see is the income growth has largely been confined to homeowners, right? It has not been enjoyed by renters. So what we learned is that the median renter household, their income is actually only around $55,000. And when you adjust for inflation, their incomes actually haven't risen in recent years. At an income of around $55,000, to limit rent to 30% of income, your monthly costs need to be less than $1,400, which is, and we'll get into this later, much lower than what the typical rent is throughout Commerce City. Even though incomes have risen, what we also found is that the poverty rate is higher than in nearby cities and in the county as a whole, right? So what this seems to suggest is there is a significant amount of income inequality in the city. So we looked at hey, what are the median earnings in terms of the top sectors in Commerce City, and those are listed there. Just one that stands out is in retail trade, right? The median earnings are only $37,000, which really seems to suggest that in order to afford rent, you really would need to work multiple jobs or to have a second income stream in the household. Finally, as of May 2025, we found that the unemployment rate was just under 5% in Commerce City, which is slightly higher than the statewide level. All right, next we're going to talk a little bit about the characteristics and composition of the housing stock. So first and foremost, we found that there are about 23,000 housing units in Commerce City. And interestingly, we also learned that in recent years, new housing units have actually outpaced the number of new households, which wasn't the case, say, from 2010 to 2015 or so, right? Now, one finding that really stood out to us is that Commerce City's housing stock is significantly less diverse than that of the state as a whole and Adams County, right? So in Commerce City, 80% of housing units are detached single-family homes, which means there are fewer affordable options for renters, right? This next point, this is actually a typo. Vacancy rates have actually risen in recent years. So back in the mid 2010s, when households were really forming at a much higher rate than housing was being built in the city, the vacancy rate in Commerce City in some years actually fell below 1%. So the market was really tight. Now since then, the vacancy rate has gone up quite a bit. So as of 23, it was about 6.5%. But it's also important to note that just because a unit is vacant doesn't necessarily mean that it's available for rent or for sale. Okay. Now, this final point, Commerce City's housing stock is relatively young, but it's important to note that the median rental unit is about 7 years older than the median owner unit. All right, now just going to talk a little bit about what the most recent data on the rental market show. So when you adjust for inflation, rents throughout Commerce City have grown about 18% since 2017. And what we've also found is that rents have actually increased at 6 times the rate as incomes of renters have, right? And also, I think a really key point is if you look at the chart on the right, what you'll notice is that the most recent data on the rental market show that the typical rental is listed for over $2,800, much higher than the countywide level. And that is primarily a result of, the rental stock in Commerce City disproportionately consists of detached single-family homes, which tend to rent out for more than a multifamily unit would. What we also found looking at the ACS was that the median renter household earned about $10,000 less per year than the amount that they would need to limit median rent to 30% of household income. Now we have some more data on this I want to talk about briefly, which is that to afford a unit at $2,800, right, which was the current rate as of this past summer, you really would need to earn an income over $113,000, right? And as we talked about previously, the most recent data show that the median renter earns about half that, right? So rentals are, for the median renter in Commerce City are pretty far out of reach. What we also learned, looking through more recent rental listings, is that, it's not really until a household earns $100,000 or more that they have a lot of options in the rental market. We estimate that there's a shortage of about 1,500 rentals in Commerce City, and these rentals should mostly serve families earning below 80% of the area median income, so lower income households. So a key takeaway then is, incomes are just not keeping pace with rents. And there is a large shortage of affordable rental units. All right, now on to the ownership market. So when you adjust for inflation, home prices actually have fallen since their peak since 2022. But the median price as of this summer was still over $500,000 in Commerce City, right? So far out of reach for the typical prospective home buyer. We also found that homes are selling more slowly than they were in previous years. So back in 2022, when the market was really, really hot, it was taking only 10 days for the typical home to sell. Now, the median home sells in about 51 days, right? Next, what I want to talk about is, what income do you need to afford, a home in Commerce City? Well, what we found, so the typical rule that's used is the home that you purchase, the final sale price should not be more than 3 times the income earned by your household, right? And per that rule, what we found is that, it's really not until a family earns $200,000 or more that they have a lot of options in Commerce City, meaning that they have the ability to afford, most of what's on the market. Next, so as I mentioned, a household is considered cost burden if 30% or more of income is allocated toward housing costs. For homeowners with a mortgage in 2023, that rate was 27%, which actually dropped from the 2018 rate. For homeowners without a mortgage, the rate as of 2023 was about 13%. And we estimate that, there's a shortage of about 5,000 for sale units throughout the city. All right, now on to the community in engagement piece. So we conducted a series of interviews with stakeholders throughout the spring. And some of the main takeaways that we heard is, hey, that, clear and concise timelines are really vital in the development process. They sort of validated our quantitative findings in that, there is definitely a shortage of rental and for sale housing throughout the city, especially for households earning below 80% of the area median income. What they also seem to emphasize to us is there really is sort of an opposition to new housing. And this is a challenge at sort of getting at that shortage, right? And they talked about really the need to confront that head on with educational efforts. They pointed to the importance of increased knowledge sharing and collaboration to lead to new partnerships. And finally, one point that was raised is that, the focus of these studies is often, what's the current shortage of housing? What's the gap, right? But what they emphasized is that it's really critical to also protect current homeowners and renters from being displaced and to invest in the preservation and the maintenance of the existing housing stock. All right, so these were some of the resident-focused community engagement events that we facilitated over the summer. So we held a community pop-up at the well back in June, followed by a virtual focus group. And then, as I mentioned, we held a series of open houses. Here's some of the public feedback that we received. I know it's hard to see, but essentially residents were presented with a series of boards where they were asked to provide their input on, hey, you know, what types of housing would you like to see more of in Commerce City? And the results of that are pictured here. Next, they were asked, they were presented with a series of questions where they had the opportunity to provide their perspective on current housing issues. And by the way, these events were available in English as well as Spanish, so you see those results here. We also held a focus group with residents, and it was what they emphasized to us is there really is a need for stronger protections for tenants, whether it comes to code enforcement or inspections, or for efforts to prevent evictions, for example. They really pointed to the fact that, you know, they didn't think that there was much accountability for landlords who didn't invest in the upkeep of their properties. And they also mentioned to us that, you know, they really thought that the state preemption on rent control really was contributing to elevated rents throughout Commerce City. They talked to us also about the fact that their units have, you know, mold and pest problems, and it really does seem to be an environmental justice issue in that these issues, right, tend to disproportionately impact lower income residents in the southern portion of the city. They also talked about the lack of access to safe and affordable housing. Now, I think this might be the last slide. We conducted a survey of residents. About 91 people took it. It ran for several months. And here are some of the major findings. So 36% of residents said it was difficult or very difficult to find their current housing. But it's important to note that those who have had to search, when it came to those who moved into their housing more recently, that percentage was much higher, right? We also found that, you know, over half of people say they are dissatisfied or very dissatisfied with the affordability, quality, and availability of housing in Commerce City. Nearly 60% say they are not too confident in their ability to cover their upcoming monthly housing payment. 2/3 of residents said it was important or very important to offer a wider range of housing types. And some of the main housing issues that they said that the city should focus on is, you know, home ownership opportunities for youth, the unaffordable rents, and just the lack of options in general. and the condition and age of the housing stock. So in terms of next steps, we sort of covered this previously. And yeah, we welcome your questions and feedback. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any commissioners or city council members have questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Okay. Thank you very much for all of the information. What were you using as the AMI?
So this was the most of our data is from 2023, right? So we use the HUD estimate of median family income. I believe it was around $125,000.
It was $25,000?
Then $125,000.
$125,000, which is actually higher than the average income in Commerce City.
It is.
So if we do housing using the AMI, next thing you know, housing is too expensive for everyone here anyway. You have to go far lower than 80%. I think our housing authority has let Commerce City down because it didn't contain rental prices. It could have done 30%, 40%, 50% on rentals. I think we have too much industrial zoning, which doesn't allow for more choices of land in Commerce City for some of these properties as well. And I think the single family aspect of Commerce City has to do with the naturally occurring affordable housing. Those are mostly single family homes. I don't know that I particularly learned anything that I wouldn't have known already about Commerce City, but I do find that we have challenges. There's no question about that. And I also am troubled by one of the comments about opposition to new development is an ongoing challenge that must be confronted with education. I think that's a little condescending by whomever said that it doesn't necessarily mean that there is education. It depends on how you interpret the data, because statistics can always be interpreted any number of ways. And one thing that I think each of us as city council members bring to the discussion is our own understanding of what's happening in the community as well, and our own understanding from our constituents. I would think that sounds very much like a developer saying that we need to be educated, but I think that more density needs to be accompanied by quality. This is what folks are asking for. They're troubled by the fact that, I don't know who it is that somebody is in charge in downtown Denver of affordable housing, and it's their job to inspect affordable housing and hold these owners of these properties accountable for the crap that they're making people live in. We can't do anything about it from what I understand, but they can do something about it. So I think there's a lot of people who are responsible in this, but I personally have no opposition to development. I have opposition to development that isn't quality and that sees Commerce City as a dumping ground for whatever product that they want to build and then get out of town. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I just have a couple questions about the data. So the first question I have is around, we have 79% of housing stock as single family and only 9% multifamily. When you look at, I guess in your experience and your qualifications, what's a good threshold in terms of multifamily in a city? Is it 9%? I'm assuming is low, right? But what's a good threshold when you do your research, you talk to other cities?
Yeah, so I think that's a values-based judgment. Okay. What I'll say is, you know, we just wrapped up a report like this for Colorado Springs, and the multifamily rate, I believe, was 25%.
Okay.
Right? So, I mean, and that was on the lower end, you know,
Yeah.
as well, you know, in terms of what we've seen.
And do you plan on like future research, be able to share that in our action plan, like those type of thresholds so that we can make value decisions?
Do you want to speak to this?
Thank you. Thank you, Mike Sutherland. I'm the interim director of community development. We do expect to address some of those issues in the housing action plan that's coming in 2026, and discuss those with council further and see what direction that you'd like to take as far as targets for the community.
Thank you, Mike, because that would be helpful as we have these discussions around, you know, we know 9 is low. Is 25 or okay? Is it, you know, 50%? I mean, we don't know. We'd love to have that conversation so we can help that. The other question I have is, you mentioned 75% of home ownership compared to Aurora, Brighton, and Denver. That seems high. And is that a good threshold? Or in your experience, what are you seeing in other cities, especially our neighboring cities?
Yeah, so I think that, again, you know, that's a values-based judgment. Yeah, I think the ownership rate as of 2023 was like 78% or so. And, you know, for a city, yeah, that is definitely on the higher end. Yeah. You know, in terms of what it should be, you know, I think that's probably a question more for like the housing action plan, but
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, and then my last question is around the rent and affordability. And I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem, the 80% AMI it's high compared to what's available. So I'm curious around just what have you, in the stakeholder groups, what else were they saying about affordability, lack thereof, or any other comments that you heard that we need to be thinking about?
Yeah, so there really was an emphasis placed on those who are cost burdened, right? People who are spending more than 30% of their incomes on housing. And what was emphasized to us is, hey, those people, they don't have a lot left over at the end of the month for other essential expenses, right? Like transportation, medicine, childcare, things like that. So that was a really key point that they raised.
And was that consistent between the age demographic, or like, yeah, when you talk with the focus groups or in the surveys, was that consistent across the younger adults to the seniors to middle income?
Yeah, so we haven't disaggregated that data by age yet, but that's something we are planning to do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I would like to echo what the Mayor Pro Tem stated. I thought her comments were right on. We have a group of people here who stand up for housing rights that have decided to use their valuable time to sit in on this. And I have had the opportunity to interact with a lot of them, and others who aren't a part of this organization, people who come to me and say, I don't make enough money to live. I don't make enough money to put a roof over my head. These are people who are residents in our LIHTC properties, who let me know that their rents continue to go up while what they have as income, whatever the source, does not, it doesn't balance out. And you know, people are struggling right now. And we also have to look at the fact that we're building more, but that doesn't take care of the issues that these people are facing as far as the quality of the the places that they're paying a lot of money for, it's substandard. A lot of it's not livable. And there's no, it seems like there's no accountability. I was really kind of taken back about the some of the statements that were made in this report. I also wanted to know if this took into account the proposed apartment complexes that have been approved either administratively or by the council that are not built yet, but are going to impact our community, especially in the way of traffic. And that's not part of this report, I'm sure. The other thing that I would really like to see is a similar study on what the commercial, retail, and primary employment needs are here in the city. So community development, I'd like to see that happen as well. But we really need to look at what we can do about the affordability problem and how people are living on the edge because they cannot make ends meet. And a lot of them are working more than one job. And so I think things have been artificially inflated, and we've just accepted it. We've learned to live with it, and somehow we've accepted it. None of this to me is acceptable. If we're going to offer a quality community for a lifetime, then let's fulfill that promise that we're making to our community members. Thank you.
Planning commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Kiefer?
Yeah, so I was just going through the numbers as you were speaking, and it sounded like you said the affordable rate for a home was 3 times the annual salary, and you said the average homeowner was $106,000 in Commerce City, which would give you $318,000 a year. I'm sorry, $318,000 to spend on a home, whereas the average home in Commerce City right now sells between $500,000 and $530,000. How much is that affected by the interest rate, the appeal and payment mortgages? Because it makes a big difference in your home payment. Because at 2%, the average home is actually less than what you list here as the rental rate at $2,800. Average home sits around $2,500 with principal, interest, and taxes on it. Whereas when it goes to the 7.25%, you're looking over $5,000. So how much is the interest rate taking into effect on that? And I do have an additional follow-up on that, if you could answer that first, though.
Yeah, so just one clarification. That $106,000 number, that pertains to all households, owners, and renters. I believe that homeowners, their income was actually like $125,000 for the most recent version of the ACS. No, and your question is a good one. The 3 times income rule is really a high-level rule that is intended to account for things like fluctuations in interest rates and whatnot. It's definitely a more conservative rule than, say, lenders use, right? One way to also measure affordability would be to calculate, what the owner cost of a new home would be, and how does that compare, and is that equal to 30% of income or less? That's certainly one way to also try to gauge what the level of affordability is for sure. But yeah, the 3 times income rule, it's definitely not an exact science. It's more of just a general rule.
Okay, and so how much I know you said you took this data from 2023, I believe, and the interest rates were significantly different at that point in time to take a mortgage out. How much was that playing into the factoring and deciding how affordable housing was for a single-family home in Commerce City at that point in time?
So the other thing with interest rates, right, is they tend to share sort of an inverse relationship with prices, right? As as rates increase, then prices tend to drop, right? But we don't specifically look at interest rates in this study. That's, we certainly could add a section looking at what affordability is when you factor in interest rates. But the 3 times income rule is conservative enough that it tends to account for rises in interest rates.
Okay. And then my final question, if you was that you stated here, and correct me if I'm incorrect, I wrote it down here. The rents have gone up at 6 times the rate of was it income that they went up 6x over the just inflation income?
Yeah. So when you adjust for inflation, when we compare the 2018 version of the ACS, which is 2014 to 2018, and then the 2023 version, 2019 to 2023, yeah, what we did find is that rents did rise 6 times faster than incomes did for renters.
Okay. So if we were to say affordable housing was more for rentals, it seems that's the direction we're trying to go with this. That seems like it's going to be carried forward indefinitely on whatever the adjusted rate for inflation is for income, whereas a mortgage home or an owned home would actually be locked in at the point in time when it's purchased. So how are we going to control the affordability as we move forward? Or are we just going to continue to ride forward and just hope we stay below the threshold that we're given earlier? I think it was 80%, if I'm not mistaken. How would we handle that moving forward? Do you have any ideas?
Yeah, that's a good question. It might be a question for the action plan. One thing that we have noticed in looking at rental market data is rents have began actually to drop a little bit in the metro area. So that might be, a positive sign. I'm not sure if Sung or Michael, you want to comment?
No, I think you. Yeah, a great question for the housing action plan on what strategies, and we intend to identify in that plan what strategies are available for different desires of the community.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Anyone else have any questions? Yes, thank you for your presentation. And does this take in, when you were looking at this data here, in areas of need, one thing we're lacking in Commerce City is transportation. If you're going to build affordable apartments and all that, people have to have accessibility to that transportation. And we do not have that. Now, we do have areas down in the core city over here by the light rail system, and there's some new apartments that were put in on Colorado. But far as the rent, it's still not affordable. There's only a small portion within those buildings that are affordable. We have the Greyhound dog track that has been built, and it has affordable housing on it, $2,800. That's not affordable. So we do have areas that in our city that are brand new, that are accessible, but they're not affordable, and they're not attainable. So, and then I look at, what is it, page 10, it says unit shortage 4,758. Is that just for Commerce City, or that's for Denver metro area?
That's just for Commerce City.
Okay. So, I would say shortage. I mean, when you say shortage, is that a certain median price, or is that a combination of condos and townhomes?
Yeah, so that's all housing units. And what it is it's essentially the number of units needed to restore vacancy rates to healthy levels, as well as the number of units needed to alleviate overcrowding. So the rule that DOLA has given is that, hey, for every overcrowded household, you need, 0.5 new housing units. So that's where that comes from.
Okay, thank you. And I know with the recent built out of apartments in Denver metro area, there's been, they said 21,000 oversaturated in the market. So, to build more apartments, then you're just adding more to what's already there. But again, it's lack of transportation. And not only that, last year or this year, there was legislation that was put forward to help protect renters. And the lobbyists came out and defeated that. So that makes it really hard. Here we have legislators that we look forward or towards to support and make sure people who are unhoused or housed or even renting can not only stay in their apartments, but also be protected and on just cause evictions. So I think this information we have is kind of gray. I believe you could go out and do some more surveying with different questions to get to the point. I look at the public feedback for housing preferences, and I know one here says that what housing type do you think would be more compatible within your community? There was 0 for apartments, and then there was a townhomes, but then there was another survey on the other side in Spanish, and people were asked for 2-story apartments, 3-story apartments, and access dwelling ADUs, so which are very expensive to put in as well. But note that, you know, we have ways to go to really focus on what the needs are for Commerce City, and this is a start. You know, I know it was brought up about interest rates, so looking for some ways to make sure that we can meet these goals, and where could those homes be positioned and also controlled as far as cost? Because 2026, the 1, 2, 3 money, some of that's been slashed because that's part of the budget cuts for the state. Do you have any answers for the 1, 2, 3 money? Any other options beside 1, 2, 3 money that developers could use?
For the 1, 2, 3 money, I don't. I'm not sure if any of you do.
From Proposition, are you referring to the Proposition
Yeah,
123?
Proposition 1, 2, 3, yes.
Are you familiar with the current status of that from the state level? Okay.
Thanks for that question, Mayor. I am not familiar with the current status of that on the state, but we can investigate that and get back with you.
Okay. And I see the draft needed assessment expected by October 31st. So what can be done between now and then to help improve this study?
Yeah, so this is really just a high-level overview of some of the key findings.
Yep.
The main study is going to be actually probably over 100 pages. It's very thorough.
All right.
And what is going to be presented that's in that report is it's going to conform with what's required by the state.
And to Christian's earlier point, Jim, do you want to say something? Yeah.
If I can jump in, Mayor, just for a second.
Sure.
The questions you're asking are excellent. The second phase of this, after they get done with their work, is we do the housing action plan. That's where we'll identify all those steps that can be taken to address the problem. This is really to assess the landscape of where we are with housing in our community, particularly as compared to other places, and to meet the DOLA standards that are out there. When we do the housing action plan, it will explore all type of funding opportunities, strategies that we can use, changes we might want to make to our zoning code that would facilitate things of that nature, and help identify the type and number of units that we would want to do. And it was said earlier, a lot of those questions will come to you. You know, what is it that council wants? What threshold? What do you see as a good mix of single family and multifamily? And then we can start to develop the programs to achieve that. So this is step one.
Okay.
But those are great questions that we'll get to starting hopefully in Q1 of next year.
All right. Appreciate that. Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. Good points made there, and I'm not sure, do you include in your report the opportunities for employment in Commerce City? There seems to be many jobs that don't really provide a livable wage. So you wind up with folks who are at 30,000 because they're making $800 a week. You know, then you have to find an apartment for $800. That's challenging even in the best of times in any community nationwide. It seems to me that we should also be focused on encouraging businesses to come to Commerce City that would provide a livable wage and not have quite so many low income or jobs available. Is there anything in the report that will address that situation?
Yeah, so in the report, what we do is we provide the industry composition of not just the workforce, right? So people who don't live in Commerce City but work in Commerce City, as well as the composition of residents, right? Who, you know, might work in Commerce City but also might not, right? And what we do is by industry, we break down the number of workers as well as what the median earnings are for that industry.
Would we be able to know how many people drive out of Commerce City to go to work and how many stay here to work?
Yeah, so there is a data source that provides that from the U.S. Census Bureau. It's called the loads. Yeah, that's typically a part of these projects. Yep.
And then transportation will play a big role too. If you don't have much of an income, it's going to be hard to also have a car and insurance and pay for gas and all that kind of stuff unless you have mass transit.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Councilmember Douglas and then Commissioner Kiefer.
Thank you. What was my question? This 123 money has to go to new building. Is that correct? So it couldn't be something that could be used to rehabilitate substandard existing units?
Primarily, it's used to build, but it can be used to maintain affordability. It can also be used for things like land banking. Right now, again, it's kind of up in the air. Dole is still working on what their programs are going to be. And it is very much dependent on developers that are there that will take advantage of using the money.
Okay, well, I'm thinking of some of the people who are here right now tonight. The other thing that comes to mind is that we have land that is on the Connor Estate site that has utilities already in place, and we should be duplicating the homes that are already there for seniors to, and using what we already have and doing something with that. And I also can agree with Mayor Pro Tem that I feel like the Housing Authority has let us down.
Those properties that you mentioned are owned by the Housing Authority, and
right, and so we should be working in partnership to use what we already have. Those lines have been in there for years, and I know that the developer there or the company who owns Connor Estates and many other senior properties, LIHTC properties, they would like to do another arm of an apartment building. But what the seniors would really, really like is an opportunity to either rent or buy a home there. And it's already there. So we should be working in partnership with them to do what was proposed years ago. But we should also be looking at rehabbing substandard housing that we already have, whether it be rental units or properties that are in disrepair.
Right.
Thank you. Commissioner Kiefer and then Councilmember Dukes.
This is just a point of clarification. I think I may have written it down incorrectly, but I believe you said that 60% of people said they were afraid they couldn't pay their upcoming housing payment. Was that number correct? 60? 60?
So that's the number from the survey, but it's important to note the survey is a convenience sample. It's not a probability sample, which means people opted in to take it, right? And oftentimes the people who opt in have stronger feelings or their situations are different than the general population.
Okay, that kind of covers the next bit I had. Did you have the sample size of that? And then do you have that median housing payment they were making for those respondents?
So that's something that we could get. So the sample size for the survey was 91 respondents, but again, it's a convenience sample. So it reflects the preferences of people who took the survey, not necessarily the population of Commerce City.
So roughly half the respondents said.
Yeah.
Okay. And then did they offer the median housing payment without it as well, or did you not request that?
So that's something we could provide, by looking at the crosstabs of the survey.
Okay.
I don't know it off the top of my head, though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
For the next phase, or even in your report, I'm thinking about this home ownership market. Will you be providing like opportunities or data to show where we could look at infill versus greenfield growth? And as we start thinking about addressing some of these issues, we should start talking about what that could look like? Or is this a part of your work, or is this part of our city work?
Yeah, so that's out of the scope of this project. Okay. I'm not sure if Sung wants that.
I have seen other housing action plans kind of do a similar study where they do a little bit more in depth in terms of the housing product that they want to attract and the costs associated with that and the type of households and income levels it would serve. So that's definitely something we could explore in part two of understanding the gaps now and understanding the different type of housing we want to attract and construct, like what are the variables associated with that, if that's kind of what you're alluding to.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking, because it'll help us have the data to be able to say, I mean, if we say we're addressing the market and we say we're going to build all like this single family, like in this report it says we have 79%, but if we're thinking about the full city, north, south, east, west, I would love to see what we should be thinking about in different parts. And as we have our conversations with our landowners and developers, we can help that in alignment with our comp plan, but it'll help us actually create a good vision for the future. But that's what I was thinking.
Anyone else? Commissioner Sanchez?
My question's really pretty basic. I'm just curious about all the stakeholder groups that were contacted throughout this process. When I think of like Cultivando, and I look at a group over here that obviously they've got some organization, I'm wondering what kind of outreach we have for folks that are on the lower end of the income spectrum. And then when I look at the 91 comments for 67,000 people, it just, and not just this study, but it seems like other things that come before even the Planning Commission, it seems like our community outreach is not on the scale that I think it should be. So if you could just answer the first question about the stakeholders, I appreciate it.
Yeah, so UNE was one of the stakeholder groups that we worked with. In terms of the others, I don't have them off the top of my head, but we would be able to provide a list of them.
Yeah, it was a mix of, we talk with the Housing Authority, we talk with various nonprofits, affordable housing builders and developers. And to your comment and question about community engagement, I think one philosophy that we had moving into the project is knowing that we have finite resources, what can we do to dedicate more time to actually listen and engage folks that are not traditionally involved in processes. So we made sure to, when we're scoping out the process, to make sure that we're allocating time and resources to do things like focus groups, working with the early childhood partnership of Adams County to work with their families, to do pop-up events at the well, where we know we'll engage folks that we probably won't see on open houses. So we took different measures knowing that, if we just do open houses, we're going to probably hear from folks that we typically hear from. And so just doing kind of extra steps to do the outreach that's necessary to hear from a diverse perspective.
Okay, thank you. Just want to also add, while looking at this survey, I didn't see anything about senior housing. And as far as attainable housing and purchasing, some people who own a home don't want to sell their home and then rent. They want to still maintain a home where they're in control. So we are lacking senior housing up here as well.
Yeah, so in the survey, I believe there is a question or a response option that deals with senior housing. We just didn't have the chance to include it on these slides, but that is something that we look at in the report.
I appreciate that. Sorry about that. Councilmember Chacon?
Yes, thank you. You mentioned that UNE was one of your stakeholders. I'm surprised there was no mention about retaliation from landlords, because I know that that's been a very big issue, especially among senior housing and LIHTC properties. So I was curious about rental rights in that aspect. And then I know that this is also going with this two-part. I know this is also going along with the SB 24174, which is the Sustainable Affordable Housing Assistance Act, which was, I think, in May 2025. Are you looking at any grants that can help support, let's be honest, public housing or income-based housing?
Yeah, so in terms of your first question, I'm going to go back to the slide on the resident focus group. So landlord retaliation was something that was brought up to us actually by the members of UNE. Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be a major problem here. And in terms of your second question, could you repeat that, please?
I know that SB 174 that was passed in May 2025 also offers for local cities to have these type of housing analysis, but ultimately it's for grants to go through DOLA. But we're a unique community of disproportionately impacted community. Have you looked into any grants that can help support public housing or income-based housing?
Got it. Yeah, so I think that's definitely something that will be explored in the Housing Action Plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I look forward to more conversations around this assessment need for housing.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, 120th Avenue widening Chambers to Buckley update. I'll invite Jenna Hahn, Director of Public Works, to introduce and make a presentation. Thank you. Yes, we're good to go.
Okay, terrific. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break, sorry.
Oh, you're okay. Sounds good.
Thank you for asking.
One more time.
Hello, gentlemen.
All right, let's go ahead and continue our meeting. Thank you and for everyone's patience. All right, we will reconvene. Thank you, Jenna, for your patience and staff as well. Thank you.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. We're here tonight to discuss the general status update of our 120th Avenue widening project from Chambers to Buckley. So, since it has been a while since we all convened on this topic, we will start our discussion by reviewing the need to improve that segment of 120th Avenue, as well as go through the history of this widening project. We will discuss the existing 2022 intergovernmental agreement between the city and Buffalo Ridge Metro District. We will go through the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the project, and then we will discuss next steps for our October 6th meeting. So this segment of 120th Avenue does not have enough capacity to serve the area. Therefore, there are some necessary improvements that need to be made to create a better and safer traffic flow in the corridor. Those improvements include the installation of 2 additional lanes, upgrading the signal at 120th and Chambers, adding a signal to 120th and Buckley, relocating the existing sanitary sewer line, and undergrounding existing overhead utility lines. I would like to point out that those planned improvements will tie in to the larger widening project for 120th Avenue that the county is currently exploring. Additional project background for everyone is that City Council previously approved contributing funds for the road improvement project, including funding the relocation of the sanitary sewer line. Funding information will be broken down on a later slide. In addition to the city commitments, the Buffalo Ridge Metropolitan District also agreed to contribute to the project, and we have an existing IGA from 2022 outlining the project sharing costs as well as responsibility. Per the IGA, the Metro District serves as the project manager per se, so the city's primary role has been to review design and to provide reimbursement on the contractual obligations that we have. So in 2022, when we first contemplated this project, the total projected cost was $9 million. And again, we'll look at a cost breakdown here momentarily. So this slide covers the existing contractual obligations that the city has under the terms of the 2022 IGA. So per that IGA, the city budgeted $4.9 million to contribute to the project. And when you take out the costs that we've spent on design to date, we have $4.3 million left per that original obligation. Also, per the terms of the IGA, the city is responsible for taking care of the overhead electrical lines, which we will utilize the city's 1% franchise agreement funds with United Power to do so. We're also responsible for any necessary relocation of South Adams County sanitary lines. We're responsible for all improvements associated with the north half of the roadway, including the before-mentioned design work and project management for the north half of the roadway. We're also responsible for landscape installation, which we plan to be native seating on the north side of the roadway. And then we also are obligated to cover any funding gaps for the landscaping on the south side of the roadway after the Metro District's original budget or amended budget runs out. This next slide covers the existing contractual obligations of the Metro District. So in 2022, Metro District agreed to and obligated $4.1 million to the project. And per that existing IGA, they are responsible for all road work and improvements on the south side of the road, as well as the before-mentioned project management. Again, they're also responsible for landscape on the south side, but only until their allocated budget is exhausted. So shifting gears now, the numbers you see on your screen are reflective of the lowest responsive and responsible bidder from the summer 2025 bid effort. So based on the latest numbers, we have seen a $3.8 million increase from the original projected project cost in 2022. So that brings the city's total cost, including design, up to about $6.9 million. So if you remove the funds that we've already spent on design and the cost of contingency from the project, we're looking at a budget shortfall between what we originally budgeted and what we would be obligated to spend now of approximately $2.1 million. And then the Metro District's cost at this time is $6 million. And I do think it's worth pointing out that city staff have identified funding sources to fill the city's gap, which we will discuss in our October 6th IGA amendment meeting. That takes us to the IGA amendment. So because the existing IGA included hard caps on the financial expenditures for both the city and the Metro District, an IGA amendment would be needed in order to allow the project to move forward and have the Metro District award the project to the lowest bidder. That amendment would not change any substantial terms of the IGA, but rather allow both of the jurisdictions to spend the additional funds to meet the cost outlined in the bid and to meet the design as originally intended by the project. So the Metro District, which does have representation here tonight, is prepared to sign an amendment and has confirmed that they have obligated $5.6 million for the project. They approved that on September 3rd, I believe. So that leaves about a $400,000 shortfall from what the south half of the roadway was going to come in at. But again, that $5.6 million, my understanding, has been obligated by the Metro District as of this month. And then here on October 6th, we, as city staff, will bring a proposed amendment before the body of city council. At that time, council can have the discussion around either amending the IGA to allow for the additional expenditure and allocating additional funding, or discussing how else we may meet our contractual obligations of the 2022 agreement. This October 6th date is pretty critical because we do have a bid package that will expire at the end of October. If we did not take action on the project by the end of October, we would need to go back out to bid, which we can do, but just putting that out there is one of our time constraints. So with that, love to open it up to discussion and answer any questions that council has for staff or the Metro District. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I had to ask, is Councilmember Chacon still online? There she is. Thank you. Appreciate
Sorry,
that.
just named the presentation.
No, I thought you were, got bumped off. Okay, any council members have questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. how far does this date back? The IGA was 2022, but I see another agreement in the IGA agreement about 2016.
So I believe current city staff only have knowledge dating back to 29, oh, looks like city manager would like to.
It's in the IGA.
I know,
That's
I know.
attached to the, to the materials.
So what's referenced within the IGA is acknowledgement of improvements that were to be covered under a previous development agreement, or at the time, a subdivision improvement agreement, that with the construction of this said roadway section would address. So the IJ acknowledges how those are being satisfied and being covered by this project. So not then relying on any future developer or property owner to see that be satisfied.
I just wanted to acknowledge that the, this has been a long-standing agreement prior to 2022.
Yes, apologies, I don't think I understood your question, so thank you.
And also, in the new IGA, do you have a date to have this completed?
That's not something that we've discussed with the Metro District. However, we being the Metro District, would build the bid schedule that their bidder provided into a contract between the Metro District and the bidder. So yes, the bidder would be held accountable for the date that they provided in their bid package. Would we memorialize that in the IGA? That's certainly a discussion that we could have.
Yeah, the original IGA does not have any date in it that it must be completed by, which is, I mean, I know that things run slowly in cities and so on, and on infrastructure, so I'm not singling out anyone here. It just seems to take forever on some of these things, and unfortunately prices go up while everyone's sitting around waiting. The Metro District is not paying, the homeowners are paying. I just want to always make that clear, is that somehow the homeowners who live in Buffalo Run are going to wind up paying this difference. Do we have any, we don't have a design then for what it will look like on the north side as to how close this road will be to the homes on the north side?
No, design is complete, so what we do have right now is a package that's ready to be constructed.
Okay, so I have asked a few times, because residents have asked, that they want to know the proximity of the edge of the street to their homes. It's the same situation on 96th Avenue. There are homes along a 2-lane highway, and they want to know how close this road is going to be to their homes. And I don't think it's right for us to not be transparent about this. I think we need to be transparent with everyone about what's coming.
What we could do is create a project page on the city website with that information so that it's easy for residents to access. I know that we worked with the Metro District to provide that previously, but not everyone's seen that, so we can get that posted somewhere.
Yeah, I think that would be important. So where did you say our 2.2 million is coming from?
So we have a couple thoughts. So one, there is an existing project for Dahlia Street improvements that council is likely familiar with, where we have the city obligated ourselves to contribute $1 million to Adams County's larger Dahlia Street project. However, they are currently not in a spot to begin that project in the next few years, so that is one option where we could reallocate that funding for the time being. Of course, we would need to replenish that account when the county is ready here to move forward with their project, which is in the next 3 to 10 years is what we've been told recently. And then the remaining gap could be covered through the 2K contingency fund. And if Deputy City Manager Carsons would like to add to that, please do.
In addition, unassigned fund balance is obviously another alternative. That is a decision that the City Council would have to make, and if we had to appropriate funds, that would be done by an ordinance, but that was a discussion that Jenna mentioned we would be having with you when we talk about the IGA on the 6th.
And was this something that was going to be included in our budget conversations? Since we knew this was coming, we had been told that there was a deficit. and now this is an additional 2.2 million.
This was not a conversation that we had during the budget discussion.
That's
Jenna
correct.
Yeah, Jenna could probably confirm. I believe it was due to the timing of when they were made available, the information was made available to her and when the budget materials were presented. But no, it was not part of any of the budget conversations.
Yeah, the project went out to bid in the summer, so after we had started initial budget conversations with you all, and it took a little while for the Metro District to do its due diligence to go through and select the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. So we only recently received the information, and that's why we're before you now.
Okay, and that's where the cost of 12 million comes from, is that is the bid that you all are accepting, 12.8 million.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. Yeah, my biggest concern has been timing. I mean, it seems like this project has been going in the works for the last 4 years anyway. And it is similar to the clubhouse for the golf course. We start off with a number, and then it just seems like it is forever before we talk about it again, and then it's another number because time's going by. How do we get to a point where we could say, okay, so my concern is this. If this is going to come up at the budget, I just need to know that we're going to get it done before it expires and we have to go out to bid again and go out to bid again. And pretty soon, because it is costing the payers in the Metro District, the people that live there are the ones that are paying this large amount of money. And not only is it affecting them, it's affecting the rest of our constituents because as this drags out and gets costing more and costing more, we have to appropriate more. And so I'm looking for, and I'm a shovel in the ground kind of person. I'm looking for, if we assign this money, that we get this project done so that it doesn't continue to lag, because the more lag that I've seen, the more cost that it continues to hammer us with. So really my concern is we need to get 120th done. And I know High Plains Parkway, where it's going to tie in, is also going to, everything is dependent upon some of this infrastructure. And I don't mind paying for it or paying our share. We just have to pay for it while we can afford it now, because I don't want to turn around and have a council in 2 years come back and have to add another 12 or 15 million. It's going to be cheaper for us all if we try to get this thing done quicker than possible. And so I'm looking to you, Jenna, to say, if we get this appropriation, we intend on starting construction on this time frame and being through the summer of whatever year, and it's going to be completed on this time frame, because the golf course issue has scared me, because it was talk about it 1 year, hear about it the next year, cost went up, hear about it another year. And some of that, I'm not blaming it on staff. I'm blaming some of that on us, because we weren't able to make solid decisions, right? It's not all on us either, but I'm sharing that blame with everybody. I just want to make sure that when we're spending taxpayer dollars, that we're putting the money, the rubber to the road, and get the project done. And all I want is some assurances that it's going to get done. We spend this extra money.
Yeah, absolutely. And more than a fair question, the place we're in now is different than we were a few years ago, because we have the design, we have a bidder, and we're ready, or the Metro District is ready to award the construction contract in October. So mobilization, Mark, could start in November. Yeah.
And Jenna, that's great. I guess where my frustration is talking about it 3 or 4 years ago and going through design and everything, but the amount of time that it takes to get to where it is today and start in November has cost us $12 million, is what I'm trying to get to. I want to know, how do we get to the point where on projects like this, we can try to get to the point where we have an actual number and not end up coming back like the golf course and having an additional multi-million dollars worth of expenditures that our residents are going to have to pay for? Because then we sit here and scratch our heads and go, God, how'd that happen? But I'm not blaming it on you.
I get it.
Take the takeaway.
And
May
Yes. Debbie Carson.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Ford. As Jenna mentioned, because the IGA discussion is happening next week, and now that we have the bid, we are ready to proceed. So we want to be able to offer you some of those options. If the city council decided, for example, to use unassigned fund balance for some portion of that 2 million or all of that to meet that 2 million, then we would have to bring an ordinance, and we're prepared to do that immediately. So once that ordinance comes to you and you make that appropriation, then it is done and we're ready to proceed. So that decision just ultimately will have to be made to you. You know, we'll lay out a couple of the options, and then we're prepared to move forward once the city council makes that determination.
And I'm good with that, as long as you don't come back later and say, oh, now we need more money. I want to get it done this time.
We would come back immediately after that decision is made.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Just echoing Councilmember Ford's comments, you know, shovel in the ground, I want to get this stuff moving. Just thinking through what you just said, can you kind of give us a projection what that looks like? So say in October 6th, we're good to go, we make a decision to move forward with the gap in funding. What's the general timeline with this project? Is it a year, 2 years? What, or do you guys, is that, Jenna, is that not a question for Jenna, but for the...
yeah, I'll let the Metro District speak to that since they're managing the contract, if you don't mind, Mr. Foster. Grab a mic, any mic, sir. All right.
I'm Charlie Foster. I'm the treasurer of the Metro District. And we started working on this, as you know, years ago. And after we had done the IGA, I'll try to be quick, but after we'd done the IGA, our engineers found that we had a conflict between the...
Can you get the mic a little bit closer, Charlie? Thank you.
Okay, is that?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Found that we had a conflict between the curb and the location of the regional sanitary sewer line. Now that line gets as big as 24 inches. And so the first thing when we identified that conflict, and I'm going to get through this, South Adams said, we want you to move it 13 feet into the street. Well, that's going to create other problems with all the things that are in the street. Well, then we can move it 12 feet into the open space. Well, that again is a tremendous project to move a line of that size, which is also a part of it is a pressure line. And so we worked with our engineers, worked out a way to leave it in place, make the adjustments necessary so that South Adams can still do their maintenance and the things, potentially repairs that they need to do. But that took a lot of time, and it's going to add probably, well, over $1 million to the cost. But that is much less than what it would have been if we actually moved it. And so those are two of the issues that have delayed this and increased the cost substantially. We are trying to get started hope for a good winter, which we can't control, of course. And if we get a decent winter, we believe we will finish the project next fall of 2026. We've had our contractors lay out a schedule where they can do that. But it all depends on, number one, getting started, number two, what kind of winter we're going to have. I do this all the time. I don't say all the time too often, but I've been in road projects since 2022. And this is the inflation we've experienced on all of the road projects. And so it's unfortunate that we had that delay, and it's unfortunate that we've experienced the inflation in concrete, asphalt, pipe, you name it. But that's where we're at now, and I appreciate the work that we've done with the staff. And I think Mike Goldrick has been a part of our team as far as meeting with the engineers, giving his expertise, and Jenna has been very good to work with. And we wouldn't be where we are right now without their help.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Thank you for that, and thank you for clarifying that question, because that gives me more confidence around the timeline and the clear explanation of what happened. That is a big setback. And I have just one more question, actually, for Mr. Bush. I'm excited about this project, and a lot of the residents in the area are excited about this project. When we think about the finished product and the finished project, how is that going to help economic development in the area? If you can talk to that, what you foresee.
One of the things that motivated the Metro District to get involved in the project is to improve 120th. We've had resistance to commercial development from users. Everybody on council knows how hard our land ownership has worked to attract sit-down restaurant, any of the retail along the 120th corridor. The condition of the road was what we found as our affiliates that are landowners in the area. There was big resistance associated with it, and the lack of the intersections being to I don't know, I'm going to call it a commercial standard. We've collectively within the district, we were motivated to make this investment and the improvement to 120th in order to facilitate attract commercial development. Obviously, that's very important for the assessed valuation inside the boundaries of the district, and ultimately to support the district in potentially in future refinancing of the current debt that will allow us to lower the mill levy out there. I mean, that's the maturity and the life cycle of the district out there.
Thank you.
I would just add one more thing, remembering the question that we were asked how this will be closer to the houses on the north side, and it won't. The expansion is on the south side. We'll be rehabbing the lanes on the north side and improving the intersections. And of course, the Chambers intersection is a very unsafe intersection right now. We'll be rebuilding that, but it will not be moving the lanes on the north any closer to the existing residential or commercial.
Okay, any other council members have questions before I go to round two? You answered my first question, which was a setback. Thank you for that. And then the hang up with the water district. Now, upon this widening of 120th, would that include making 120th and Chambers intersection a full intersection? Are we still waiting for the acquisition of land in that portion coming from Brighton into Commerce City? As far as,
The design is for a full intersection and new traffic signals
okay,
at both chambers. And we can't put in the final traffic signals at Buckley because we don't know what's exactly how that's going to go to the east. But we will put two permanent traffic poles there where we do know how that's going to be designed.
so your widening's only going to go up to 120th and Buckley to the east, correct?
I'm sorry.
The widening is only going to go up to the intersection 120th and Buckley, correct?
It will go to 120th and Buckley as the full width, and then it will transition
Okay.
for several hundred feet to the east.
All right. Okay, go to second round, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, and then Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. Jenna, could you tell us about the community meetings that have been held regarding this widening between Chambers and Buckley involving Buffalo Run residents and Outlook residents?
I would need to defer to the Metro District since they're managing that project. The city staff have not hosted any public meetings.
All right. Outlook neighborhood is on the north side of the street, and it's in Ward 4. So it is a neighborhood that would be impacted. And it also reminds me that Adams County owns, well, doesn't own. Adams County, unincorporated Adams County is 1/8. So if you divide it down into quarters on either side of 120th between Chambers and Buckley, Adams County is 1/8. And have we had any conversation with Adams County about helping with the costs of this widening?
We did, yes, at the time of the original IGA, and they were unable to contribute. And now they're quite focused on their larger 120th project that this will tie into. So I imagine that remains the same answer.
I do think it's something that we ought to insist on going forward if they border, they're part of these street widenings that are occurring. And it does make sense for them to contribute to it. They take our taxpayer money and can return it to us that way. So in the future, I think it would be really important to pursue it more fully.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Thank you. Some of my comments on this second part are to our staff, and how does this project dovetail into the overall widening of 120th involving the state, Brighton, Adams County, that the larger component? Time-wise, cost-wise, I mean, how does this all mesh together to make it right in the end?
So the county is leading that larger project, and they do have the plans for this smaller segment so that they are aware of how they will need to tie in and how we will need to tie into their ultimate configuration. I believe they were before you all last December, just presenting design alternatives. So they're not at a place to be bidding for construction at this time, but they are in the planning process and have our design in mind. So none of these improvements will be throwaway, and none of these improvements will unsafely tie in to that larger vision once the county does have the funding secured to bring it to life.
That's what I wanted to hear, because I know when we had redone Highway 2 through a portion, a gentleman had a motel operation, and he improved his property and put in curb, gutter, and sidewalk according to the requirement of the city. Then when we widened Highway 2, none of it lined up, so they tore out all of the curb, gutter, and sidewalk that he put in and replaced it and charged him for it a second time, and we had to end up doing a reimbursement. So I just want to make sure that as we're moving forward, that there is no throwaway and that it goes the way it should, because I've seen too many times over the years, Rosemary and Gala Gardens with the requirement the city made them put in curb, gutter, and sidewalk, and now the amount of time that has expired, guaranteed when Rosemary comes through there, those curb, gutter, and sidewalks are going to have to be torn out, and it's going to have to be new construction. So I'm trying to avoid additional costs down the road. And then I guess to Mark and Charlie, I noticed that on Buckley and 120th, it would be the property to the north and west that cars have driven down through their property. They've got a bunch of T-posts sporadically spread out. With this configuration, is it going to help? Because apparently they've had cars leaving the road and going into that property. Are we, based on the design, is it set up to reduce or eliminate some of that misunderstanding of how the road is working in that manner? Is there going to be any barriers? I noticed that the other day, and I thought, man, people must be really going off there to have this guy have these T-posts and have them all bent, and his fence is busted down. But I didn't know if, as part of the widening project and the intersection at Buckley, if it's going to be improved to reduce or improve safety and reduce some of that risk.
Yes, it will. That there will be more asphalt going north, and as I said, a transition to the east. So that should help that problem.
All right, great, thank you. I mean, we're doing it. I just want to do it once and have it right.
Yeah, I just was going to add to that we'll be increasing the stacking distance for 2 lanes going southbound on Buckley into the 120th intersection, but not to the point where it's going to, I believe, going to make a huge material difference. That's just a very challenging. There's about 14,000 cars a day that go up and down that roadway. You've seen how it gets stacked up at AM, PM peak going north. There is going to be stacking that there'll be 2 lanes, but there'll still be substantial stacking going to the north there. It's a challenging, I want you all to understand one of the reasons as to why is that it's a really challenging situation on the Adams County side of that roadway with electrical power lines, power poles, communication boxes. It starts to add another layer of complexity and expense that we made this decision some time ago that we weren't going to go after that major improvement on the west side of that interchange, on the north side of 120th. Plus, the nature of the setback and the right-of-way that's available when the county's plats that were done there is very tight. And it's very tight on the north side of 120th in the entire Adams County portion of the roadway. Yeah.
Also, as part of the first phase, the power poles will be taken down by United Power and the line buried.
But along the northern side of 120th there.
Where they are, yes.
Well, thank you very much for being here tonight and your patience. And hopefully we can move forward come October. So thank you, Gina.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, up next, 96 widening update. Jenna Hahn.
All right, so our next topic is a general project update for you all on the 96th Avenue widening CIP effort. I believe we promised council regular updates, so this is just one of those occurrences. So tonight we are going to review the scope of work for the project to make sure we're all on the same page of understanding. We will then discuss the schedule for construction and overview the next steps for the project over the next 14 months. So the improvement of 96th Avenue from Chambers to Tower Road is the topic at hand this evening. That project is going to include the construction of a median, 2 eastbound lanes from Chambers to Tower, the installation of sidewalks, the installation of various multi-use paths, new storm sewer lines, new water lines, new traffic signals, a pedestrian underpass, and the completion of a bridge over Second Creek. In addition to that scope, a 2026 CIP request is being considered by you all right now as a part of the budget process to install new lighting along the new roadway. And per council direction, the feasibility of constructing sound walls is also being explored. So in 2022, council approved a resolution to contract for final engineering and design services for the widening project. Then during the 2023 winter retreat, council identified the need to construct a pedestrian underpass as a part of the larger widening effort. A feasibility study for that underpass was then conducted. In 2024, a resolution was passed to add the final design of that underpass to the widening contract, and the contract for construction for the overall project was awarded. Then most recently in 2025, council did approve funding and the construction contract for the pedestrian underpass itself. And I do think it's important to note that the same contractor handling the overall widening project is handling the pedestrian underpass as well. So focusing on the underpass, the design of the underpass was coordinated extensively with the Rocky Vista High School. That underpass design includes landscaping as well as retaining walls, new lighting for safety, drainage, and 12-foot wide paths. Final design plans for the underpass were completed in June of this year, and council approved that work order for the underpass in September, so just earlier this month. The underpass, once constructed, will be 155 feet long and 12 feet wide by 10 feet tall. We will also be exploring a public art component for that underpass with our community relations team. So construction began in early 2024 and was originally anticipated to last 16 months, but since we're adding the pedestrian underpass, that is going to extend the construction timeline by 2 months. The contractor to date continues work on the construction of the bridge over Second Creek and the new water mains for the water district. Construction of the new traffic signals on Chamber Road have also started. I'm pleased to share that the roadway widening specifically to the east of Tower Road was completed earlier this month, and the roadway reopened to traffic on September 5th. And then as of last week, actually, so after the packet was published, I can share that paving on the roadway between Second Creek and Tower Road has officially kicked off. So again, the installation of the water lines for the water district is ongoing. The construction of the concrete pavement is scheduled to begin this month on the east side of Second Creek Bridge, and then we're going to start work on the pedestrian underpass next month. So overall, the project is moving on track. We have not had any delays yet, so we will be completed by the end of 2026. And the school will not open until fall of 2027, so we will be fully ready for students to utilize the underpass. So what are the next steps for our project? Well, the second quarterly public open house for the widening project is scheduled for October 1st at South Lawn Elementary. Advertising for that meeting has begun on social media, and homeowners who live directly adjacent to the roadway received a direct invitation in the mail likely last week. Also, homeowners directly adjacent to the roadway will receive a packet of additional information and a survey about sound walls in early October after we've had a chance to chat with and engage with them at this public meeting. After that survey is collected, staff will come back before you all to share survey responses from those homeowners with council and discuss direction on how to proceed with the sound wall component of the project in late Q4. So that is the current status. We're moving along quite well. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Thank you. Council members have questions? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you for the update. I'm just happy to see it's moving along Pretty well, quite well. Just quick questions as a reminder, with the lighting on, or the light on Chamber, would that be synchronized so that it's going to help get residents out of like Frontier Village and everything, Frontier over there? Like, is there going to be a new light there on Chambers?
Yeah, so we'll make sure that all the lines are synchronized, and our traffic engineer will monitor all new lights pretty regularly. And then, of course, once they're installed, if anyone has any concerns, he can reevaluate. But that will be an ongoing effort on our part, yes.
And the other question I have from the same resident was around Nuclear. Like, is there going to be a light there as they try to get out of that same subdivision? Or not?
I do not recall a nuclear light off the top of my head.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I will let you know otherwise if I'm incorrect.
Yeah, let me know. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you very much. I have heard, in addition to Councilmember Duke's comment about 96 in Nuclear, that people were looking for a light at 96 in Mobile. So I think what Frontera Village is saying is that they want a light to be able to get out of their neighborhood. They don't have any lights along 96th Avenue. No traffic lights. Has there been a traffic safety study?
For this project?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And is that available?
It's not posted on the project website, but I'm
Yeah,
sure.
I think it should be posted on the project website. That would be good. I had a conversation with someone from CDOT and then a conversation with staff with the same person from CDOT. And I know that typically they don't put a truck route, they don't advise a truck route in front of a high school or a hospital for that matter. There was also concern about the fact that it was going to be 2 lanes from Chambers West. And so as the trucks hit Chambers going east, there would be an explosion of pent-up frustration at having been on that slow road and would then pounce into the new 2 lanes going east. So whatever traffic study we have, I think it needs to take into account what the implications are of truckers finding a brand new 4-lane highway that will make them very happy, and they may even go faster than they typically do, according to the CDOT people, and that they don't take well to traffic lights. Is there a traffic light at Landmark and 96th? I didn't see it on the drawing, and I thought there was going to be because that's the entrance to the parking lot.
I believe so. I do not have the design in front of me, though.
Okay, and that is a street coming out of the neighborhood that's always been tricky to get out of Buffalo Highlands as well, because it goes uphill and kind of around a curve at that point.
So to address the earlier intersections you asked about, there will be a stop condition at Nuclear, so not a full signal, but stop signs. So we do the warrant analysis to determine which traffic safety improvement would be warranted. So here we're looking at a stop condition. And then for mobile, it's going to be right in, right out only. So same thing, a stop condition rather than a full movement intersection.
So people coming out of Frontier Village will have to turn right. They can't go east to Tower Road.
That is correct. It'll be a right in and right out.
Okay, so I think you may want to think about what you're going to say to people at the 96th Avenue community meeting about that.
Yep, we will be fully prepared.
And then at Landmark and 96th? We don't know.
I would need to pull up the design plan to check that,
Okay.
which I can do.
All right, and the final question is, do we have any more information about sound walls along 96th?
Not at this time. That is the meeting that I referenced. We will come back to you all later this year or early 2025 once we've had the public meeting with residents and taken the survey results from the homeowners directly adjacent to that roadway.
So it rests with the residents who live directly on 96th?
That was the direction that we took away from city council, was to go out and get that survey and come back and report to you all. So our next step will be to have the public open house so we can engage with those residents directly and talk to other residents who are curious about the overall widening effort. And then we'll send out that additional packet of information to the residents directly adjacent in early October. I hope the very first week of October, since the meeting's on the 1st, give them about a month to send back the prepaid certified mail to us, and then we'll tally the results and come back before you all with that information.
Who is receiving the survey?
The homeowners directly adjacent to the roadway.
Thank you.
Of course. Those folks will have already received an initial letter from us inviting them to that open house.
Councilmember Chacon.
I wanted to give some direct feedback from residents from 96th. I can give the residents information to help connect them, but here were just a few questions. They were asking, will there be a light at Buckley? It's become a safety issue to turn on from out of the development onto 96th. They were hoping that there could be a light at Chambers that could be synchronized to hold traffic for residents to leave and enter the roadways to and from our homes. And they also wanted to know if there will be any kind of straightening around 96th eastbound of Tower to add a merge lanes. It's been horrible for drivers, especially with 18-wheeler trucks and congestion.
Thank you. I would say that our design plans are posted on the project website, and we'll also have printouts of them available on the October 1st meeting, as well as have staff available to answer any specific questions about those design plans. Landmark doesn't directly intersect with 96 though, so it's going to tie into Reunion Parkway. The drive into the school is on 96 though.
I think on the south side.
Oh, sorry. What about at Buckley?
What about Buckley? I'm sorry.
Sorry, she was asking if there could be a light at Buckley because of an issue turning on out of the development onto 96. So just like it's already been said, a lot of residents have been saying it's dangerous to get out of their own neighborhood.
So any lights, potential lights beyond what we already have incorporated in the design, we would need to do a new study to see how they would interact safely with the new roadway and if they would be warranted. So that would be a potential. Any additional future projects would be separate from this original scope. But still a conversation we would welcome to have with residents, especially at our open house meeting.
Sweet.
Is that helpful?
Can I forward you this information from this resident?
I apologize, your connection cut out a bit. Would you mind repeating that, Councilmember Chacon?
Yes, I think she'll want to partake in it. That's why, and she doesn't, I'm assuming isn't always on the internet. I'm assuming they're not always on the internet, but I do think that they'll want to comment.
Well, I would invite them to that public meeting on the 1st, or we can certainly get them in contact directly with our project manager, and he's happy to have a conversation over the phone if that's helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Chacon. I had a question here before I go to the second round. And the reason why this came up, as far as widening from 96 from Chambers going east up to Tower, it's becoming a racetrack. So people, if there isn't any stoppage of traffic, between Chambers and Nuclear or even Mobile, we're going to have some issues. So what do we need to do as far as council's direction to add a light at Nuclear?
So we're already adding the stop condition, so traffic will be brought to a stop, just not with a traffic light, but with stop signs.
But there's not going to be stop signs. There's no stop sign on 96. It's right in, right out, but people want to go east. That's the problem. How will this stop traffic for folks who want to go east?
So if council is looking for a signalized intersection, we would need to conduct a new warrant analysis to see if it would be safe to do so at that location. But given the traffic study was a part of the larger 96 project, I would go ahead and assume that those conditions were not met at that time.
Okay, but things have changed since we're opening and making this a 4-lane. We have to have that in mind. This was contemplated at 81st and Tower years ago when they're going to put in, as far as the parking lots, for the parking for the airport parking. And then they're like, oh, well, in the future, we're going to put in a traffic light at 81st and Tower. Well, it was pushed to actually do it because of those conditions. I'm glad they did, because we've had a couple accidents, too serious.
So how I would respond to that, Mayor, is that the traffic study looks at existing background conditions.
Yep.
It will then look at the existing background conditions plus project. Plus project is typically viewed in the sense when looking at it as anticipated expected development over the course of the period of a 20 to 25 year period, usually aligns with what's been adopted and or approved in the surrounding area. So it's taking then into context the overall growth level of service and when those improvements would have to be, I don't want to say applied for, but installed or improved within those identified areas to be able to maintain that level of service. Any updated traffic study will also then follow the same methodology that was identified in 2023 when this project was moving forward in its finalization of design. So I think where Ms. Hahn is trying to manage the expectation is that, yes, we can look at an additional traffic study. It may not detail anything different given the methodology that is applied and that is a standard practice. That being said, once again, anything that you are requesting, we have to rely on the technical delivery of that study, and then that study will dictate what we can, what we should do to minimize and reduce the liability to the municipality to ensure that we're not putting something in that could do greater harm. In addition to that, we would then have to appropriate more money for a project that's already been fully funded based on a design that's been reliant upon that traffic study. So there's some other moving pieces in that as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Can you go on to the second round, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks. I did just want to make clear that, yes, there is a landmark that crosses 96. It's south of 96th Avenue in the Buffalo Highlands neighborhood. Landmark is going to go up from 96 as the entrance to the parking lot for Rocky Vista High School. So the fact that there isn't a light proposed there may be problematic. And if we have to allocate more money for it, then I think that's what we need to do, because the whole idea here is to make it as safe as possible for 16-year-olds who are driving on that road and are turning into the parking lot. Landmark at the northern end does not come through, but at the southern end of the property at 96th, Landmark is a street in Buffalo Highlands, and it is the entrance to the parking lot for Rocky Vista High School.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more questions? All right, thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you very much. We'll see you all October 1st at South Lawn.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we're at the report, City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to highlight, last Monday, an inquiry was made with respect to the city being eligible for $1.2 million through a formulaic allocation under the DRCOG Building Policy Collaboration Jurisdictional Support Subaward Program. That is a mouthful. Obviously, that program was developed with a focus on reducing climate pollution from the building sector. The subaward program will provide funding to adopt and implement building decarbonization policies that will also improve building efficiency and reduce climate pollution emissions. I did share out with the council what are the guardrails of what that funding could be applied for, and we've identified 14 potential uses that range from personnel to training to contractual support services, as I also kind of highlighted. Just kind of sharing, given that that was raised in the public meeting last Monday. This Thursday, we have our Speak Up Commerce City Thursday event, September 25th, 5:30 to 7:30 at Bison Ridge Rec Center. No different than the one that we held at Eagle Point, hoping for another robust turnout. On that meeting, we had 45. I've challenged my team to see if we can get more than that in the Northern Range. As well, for the Hispanic Heritage Month celebration, we had over 700 members of our community join us this past Sunday, and we had the most vendors yet to date. So I'd like to both congratulate our team, but also the partnerships that they had with Cultivando as well as Adelante and being able to pull off such a great event. I've also been made aware by the mayor that our joint meeting with Adams 14 on this coming Monday will need to be canceled. So you all will be getting a cancellation notice from us for your calendar here tomorrow. With respect to code enforcement, as you know, we've been hitting the weekend pretty hard out there at Rosemary and 88th Avenue for street vendors outside of the flea market. This is the fourth weekend in a row where there have been no vendors. To that, we will be starting October 4th with code enforcement going back to a work schedule of Monday through Saturday. The purpose for Saturday code enforcement coverage is to ensure that the city maintains regulatory presence during peak weekend activity hours, with the focus being on unlawful street vending, right-of-way violations, construction activity without permits, and coordination with other city departments as we are out driving around seeing things that can be tasked. In Public Works, our stormwater teams have conducted inspections, and we're continuously monitoring our city stormwater drains to ensure control measures are effective and being properly installed. So far, and this gives a lot of credit to Jen and her team, they've inspected 1,100 inlets throughout the city with 660 maintenance inspections of those same inlets as well. That will only continue to go up as the temperatures start to go lower. With PD, we are scheduled to move into the new PD substation this Wednesday. We have costumes with a cop on Saturday, October 11th from 9 a.m. to noon here outside the Civic Center. And then we have National Coffee with a Cop Day, as well as Pastries with a Pups on Wednesday, October 1st, that being our K-9 unit. And that is all that I have to share, Jameer.
Thank you. Any council members have questions for City Manager? I had a question. Where are we at with the speed bump test on Olive and 59th?
I know they were discussing that last week, Mayor. I don't have an update, but I can get one out to the council this week.
Okay, appreciate that. And then update on the clubhouse.
So I sent you all an email last week on the update of where the clubhouse is.
Okay.
Could you say?
I would have to pull that email back up, but I know that you all have an email in your inbox about that update. So,
all right, thank you. Okay, City Attorney Zarzaki.
A couple of things, Mayor. Wanted to say thank you to Community Development. So we have a scheduled 2-hour tour of the city tomorrow with all of my team. As you know, we have a number of new faces within the city attorney's office. So we will be doing the tour that I did during my interview process. So we will be driving throughout the community tomorrow for 2 hours. Thank you to CD for taking the time to organize that, and really very much looking forward to it. Also wanted to give a shout out to one of our staff attorneys, Heidi Hugdahl, who has been collecting funds from my team to assist in the costumes with the cop. So she did that last year, right when she started, and she is now doing it annually. Just to highlight for council, we have a lot going on. There are a number of new ordinances that you will be seeing. If you have any questions about them prior to them being agendized, let me know. I tried to keep you updated. But we have an amendment to the solicitation ordinance, an amendment to the surplus property ordinance, amendments to the EPIC ordinance, senior commission ordinance, and the creation of Parks, Recreation, and Golf Commission. We have an ordinance that you will be seeing repealing the water acquisition fee. And I'd also like to talk with this council in the near future about restarting the conversation about the URA bylaws that were proposed in late 2023, I believe. It's well overdue to update those bylaws. And I believe where the conversation ended in early 2024 was the URA having more continual meetings scheduled. For example, tonight we didn't have a council member who was available. So I think if we had regularly scheduled meetings, that might help everyone. I will bring that up to all of you in the near term, perhaps at a study session. That is all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Councilmember Ford? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Would it be possible to put the Senior Commission and EPAC ordinances on consent calendar or consent agenda since we approved those unanimously?
Yes, they will both be on the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, on to council member report. Councilmember Ford, do you have a report?
Yeah, I wanted to bring this up and ask a question. Seems like every Monday night I'm bringing up some of these issues that our residents are having with the homeless population. And the question that's been posed to me just today again is we have laws in our city that are pertaining to our residents, but our residents don't believe they're pertaining to some of the homeless folks. And for example, in the Tichy neighborhood, there are several motorhome, campers, unlicensed vehicles that are being parked in front of people's homes. They call to have them moved along or moved out from in front of their home. In a normal situation, even with a licensed vehicle, you're allowed to park in front of somebody's house for 4 hours. These people have been complaining that these things are parked in front of their home for 4 days now. And then the other law that is in question by constituents is like over at Veterans Park, where the park hours close at 10 p.m., I think it is, and people are setting up tents and sleeping in the park and not having to leave the area. And I know we have this 7-day thing, you have to give notice, but if it's on public property and the park closes, how can they stay the night there? And that's some of the concern, is because the park at Veterans Park is being destroyed by the homeless people, and the kids aren't allowed that live in the neighborhood to utilize it because there's somebody sleeping there or there's needles and stuff. And so I'm having a hard time trying to answer that question to my constituents as to why the laws aren't pertaining to the homeless people, but they are pertaining to our residents. And so a simple question so that I can answer my constituents.
I'll tackle it from my side, but then obviously, I'll have lead back clean up. So the laws with respect to the 2 items that you raised are universal to both those that are unhoused, but as well as the general population within our city. I think the issue with RVs, large vehicles, is not one just specific to homeless, but it's one that we have seen citywide, whether you are housed or not. The issue with that is how we can approach those individuals that are occupying those vehicles and being able to move those vehicles with intentionality. And obviously, given that we do not have our own tow yard or towing equipment, we have relied on a third party to do that on our behalf. And we are reliant upon them to provide that service with the availability of the capacity within their yard. So we do approach that, once again, universally the same when it comes to that issue. It's a much broader one that our staff is talking about internally to where we can have a little bit more control to that issue. The latter one, when you speak about sleeping within the park after hours, our park for that particular one obviously closes at 11 based off of our rules and regulations that we have adopted within the municipal code. Obviously, our park rangers are the primary resource in being able to manage that during the hours of operation. When we do not have those hours of operation, we have increased our contractual amount with Front Range Patrol to be that voice to move people along and to get them out of our facilities or then to be able to call on to PD. So there is a lack of visibility of that occurring and happening. That is a conversation that we need to be able to have with, once again, strengthening and reestablishing that expectation for Front Row Patrol to be there during that time frame if that's what is occurring and being seen.
And, that's what my constituents are telling me. One of the frustrations is a gentleman that has a tow truck that's on a 3/4 ton chassis. And he's not allowed to park it in his driveway. However, there's an RV parked in front of his house for 4 days with no tags on it. And he said, it really gets frustrating that I get a ticket for bringing my tow truck home that's under it's 3/4 ton chassis, and I can't park in my driveway or on the street in front of my house. But someone with a motorhome that is unlicensed can park in front of my house for 4 days and leave garbage all around. And it's becoming a problem that we're going to have to try to address because there are more people getting frustrated about this behavior in front of their home when they know as citizens of the city, they can't act in that same manner. And so it's their house, but someone else is acting in a manner that they can't act in. And I know it is a very tough, fine line that you guys are dealing with here on what you can do, what you can't do legally. But I know it's frustrating to residents who get ticketed for having a vehicle that has expired tags when in front of their house there's a motorhome that isn't being moved either, and they're the ones getting the ticket, but not the motorhome. And that's just how the public is absorbing this. And I don't disagree with them. It would be unfair if you come and ticket me because my tags are expired by a month and they don't even have a plate, and you're not giving them a ticket, but you're giving me a ticket. And so that frustration is beginning to grow in certain neighborhoods within our community. And it's not, hey, I want you to take their vehicle away from them, so they don't have a place to live. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's really hard to allow somebody to come in, negatively impact your home. And we just looked at this housing assessment and negatively impact your home. You're already struggling to pay for, and they get away with things that the homeowner can't get away with. And that's not me saying it, that's how they're perceiving it within our community. So I'm just passing the frustration along and saying, hey, we're going to have to get a handle on this, or it's going to, I'm worried about retaliation by the neighbors on some of these people.
I think the only thing that I want to highlight is that there's a very important distinction between enforcement capability and resources versus legal authority. And with regards to legal authority, there certainly is, we have local laws already in place to address some of these things. So back in April of this year, I did send a memo to council that laid out all the CCRMC authorities that we have to regulate and enforce against RV parking. So there's 11-2105, 6-2005, and 11-42 that is at our discretion already on the books. As it relates to the question of camping or tents on parks, I want to make sure that council understands there's a huge distinction between the enforcement of our camping ban and the enforcement of the provisions that are under Chapter 7, which is the parks provisions. So 7-1004 is the curfew enclosed areas provision, which we can enforce against, and 7-1010, which is camping in tents generally without regard to what time it is. Those are both illegal acts, and we can enforce on them. So I just want to highlight, we have the legal tools. It's a matter of having the enforcement capabilities to enforce.
Well, and I know our residents are the frustration, and I get frustrated because I see a lot of this on Facebook, and people are really unhappy, and they're being derogative towards our city because of some of these actions or inactions. And so I don't know what it takes, but if we have the means and we're enforcing upon our residents, I want to make sure we're enforcing upon anybody that's negatively impacting our residents that is breaking the law. You know, I don't want our residents to be getting ticketed for parking a vehicle in front of their house and letting somebody else without tags park in front of their house for extended period of time that is being negatively impacting their property. And so how do we get to that balance? And I guess that's what my question is, and I'm asking it for our residents. How do we get to a happy medium where these people aren't negatively affecting the residents that are living in our community and not trying to be overly burdensome on the homeless? I'm trying to figure out what that balance is, because right now it's not working.
So if I may, I've not heard from the chief or his command staff that they are not enforcing on these RVs. Right, there are a number of times where I have known and seen in examples where they have gone out and they've issued a number of citations. It then comes down to the fine line, as I'm just being transparent about how to get that vehicle then moved when we have seen a progressive discipline against said vehicle, and when and how we can move that vehicle if that vehicle is occupied or not occupied in the timing of such. And I can understand the perception is the reality that vehicle, even though just last week we've had an incident where we had something cited 4 times trying to figure out how to get it moved using our tow service, but in the eyes of the community, nothing's really happening because it's still sitting in that location. So we have all the legal means, we have certain resources, we're having to further define those resources to be able to, like I said, take that next step beyond what we currently have available. Into what Lee said, right, the camping ban versus what we can enforce in Chapter 7. If we're not seeing something, when our primary staff is out, then we need to adjust that so that we can have that similar presence during those dark hours per se. So that's something that, once again, to me, it's not about, picking winners or losers or picking who gets enforced upon or not. It's going to be that equal application from an equity standpoint with the enforcement piece. And like I said, if there's some areas where we're not seeing that because we're tagging somewhere else, I always say, call us, let us know, let my staff know, let the command staff know, so that we can get someone out there to start that clock. But I've not heard that, right, we're being self-selective on that enforcement of RVs or large vehicles on streets.
One of the things that would make it better is if we have, yeah.
You had 5 minutes and you've been over, so I'll let you finish.
All right.
Okay?
If we have somebody on staff that monitors the Commerce City Facebook page and the frustrations that are on there, and that can help respond to some of those, because They're not getting responded to by the city, and all it is doing is continuing to grow this bad negative impact on this council and this staff because of the mentality that there is in action. It would be nice if somebody could, like they do with the police page, and have somebody like, I'm trying to think of her name, is it Jenna?
Joanna?
Joanna, to be able to respond and say, hey, you know what? We did respond to that, and here's where we're at. Because it's just turning into this snowball downhill, and it keeps getting bigger. And at some point, it's going to run into something. And right now, it's headed right towards this council. So I'm just trying to find a way to at least answer the questions to the residents, and please monitor the Commerce City Facebook page. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. And do just quick update. I had my monthly meetup over at Ziggy Coffee, so I appreciate everyone who came to join me during that chat in Bell Creek. A number of topics we talked about. Public safety is the top number one thing. Just to piggyback on Councilmember Ford is, I often drive around all parts of the city, and I do see, like as of Saturday, I'm getting gas in the south part of our city at the King Soopers, a beautiful new gas station, and then underneath the bench, there's homeless and unhoused folks camped out. And so this is an example of being camping and having a tent. And then also across the street at Veteran Memorial, it's always a tent or a camp there. So I just want to echo what Councilmember Ford has said, that we have to have a balance of action and aggressive action. I'll put there, we've given all the tools, we have all the laws, and I think we just need to be more aggressive as we voted about that earlier this year. But again, that was a prime topic at Ziggy's. The other topic was the conversation and partnerships with Adams County Sheriff Department, so that as we all know, there's unincorporated and there's parts of our Commerce City, and then when things happen across the street from Adams County, like there was a SWAT incident up in the dunes, near the dunes, and they weren't notified with the residents and folks right across the street. And so we have to think about how we have a better response, because folks don't know what they don't know. They just see the SWAT team across the street and they're like, is this our city or is this Adams County? So we got to have a better relationship there. The last piece I'll just highlight or two pieces I'll highlight from the coffee, was nonprofit support. We have a lot of nonprofits in our community, but we love to be able to think about how we galvanize more nonprofits to help us with some of the events that we do across our city. And that was an idea that was brought up. The last point that was brought up was aligned to our actual report today around how do we create more programs to strengthen neighborhoods and opportunities, fundings and programs, so neighborhoods can be more strengthened. And I know our prior director of URA, Bill Atkins, talked about opportunities with URA and how we can help sidewalks as well as some of the roofs and stuff in terms of funding there. Another quick update is, Councilmember Kim and I have been reaching out to CDOT to have a meeting to actually talk about homeless encampment and the roads conditions. It was unfortunate. I'm driving down 56, and underneath the underpass, you see an encampment really spilling out, and it's disappointing because the other cities have guardrails and no trespassing signs, and we don't have that consistently across our city. So we want to argue for that and fight for that. And so we will have that meeting in upcoming weeks. The last, I just want to give a shout out. I was able to attend the Grace Baca Foundation with Councilmember Douglas and Mayor Douglas. They had the 5K in Reunion Park, and they were able to give us, as a sponsor, a nice plaque for the city of Commerce City. Seeing this 5K, one is for a great cause. It's for a tragic, turning something that's tragically happened to a family to a positive. And it's spreading because they was able to give the proceeds to another family whose daughter actually passed, as well as the stepfather. So you see the ripple effect of trying to change a negative to a positive. But the other thing I realize is that we don't have enough 5Ks at the Reunion Park. I think that's an opportunity for us to continue to think more about the way they did it, the way they hosted it. It was just a great community event. So with that, I'm done.
Thank you. Any other council members have a report? Councilmember Jeter?
I'd just like to commend the staff for that Hispanic Heritage Weekend. You guys did a great job. And a lot of information was put out and a lot of different organizations in there getting a lot of good information out to the public. So, and it was just twice as good as last year, in my opinion. That's all I got.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. I wish I could have been there. I wasn't feeling well, but I heard it was wonderful, so congratulations. And also, it was safe. That was most important. Thank you. Let's see, I attended the Kids First Breakfast last week. Also, I participated in the CDOT meeting that we had with the staff and Mayor Douglas. This was a follow-up to the meeting that I had with the CDOT representative. And I think the most important thing that came out from that meeting for me is the Fuel Impact Enterprise Fund and the fact that 64% of the fuel that is used in Colorado actually is supplied out of Commerce City or unincorporated Adams County and Commerce City. And the Fuel Impact Enterprise Fund is $6.4 million per year through 2030. And thus far, Adams County has received $12.8 million. 5 of those fuel supply stations are in Commerce City. And I look forward to us having further conversations about accessing funds. And also, I wanted to, I thought it would be helpful, since people might be listening to the meeting, that on August 5th, there was a kickoff meeting to discuss the design build process and fine-tune the schematic design for the clubhouse. And the project is budgeted for $13.6 million, but the bid is for a total of $12.1 million, which is less than the most recent budget amount. So I thought people would like to know that. It's moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have a report to make? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes. Thank you. Got sidetracked there for a second. I also agree about the homeless. We are taking the brunt of wherever they're coming from over here, and they feel free to make themselves at home here. And we got to get this figured out. Got to do something. So if it takes putting a task force together with the community members or whatever it's going to take, we need to do something about this. We need to address it. There should be laws against loitering, littering. It creates safety issues, and so we really do need to address it, because I hear about it a lot, and I see it because I come through here on a consistent basis in the South area, and that should not be the burden of our residents here in the South. I went to the Cultural Council meeting, and that was a good meeting. We did find out that we're short on funds, so hopefully we can replenish those during the coming year. Also went to the Kids First fundraiser at Adams City High School. It was a great event, and saw a lot of people that I haven't seen in a while, and that being Tony Johnson's family. So that was great to see them, and they got to speak at the event. So great event. We need to support Kids First, and They are located out of the Adams Tower building, and so if anyone's unfamiliar with them, definitely go over and pay them a visit and see what they have to offer our community. Then I also went to the Hispanic Heritage event, and it was fantastic. Very well attended, and the most important thing is that people felt safe to be out in our community celebrating their heritage and not feeling that something might happen to them. And so I want to commend the city and the staff team, everyone who participated in that to the success of that event. And then I also attended the Gracie Baca 5K, and yeah, that was a great event as well. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. All right, yes, I also want to thank Jared and Megan Baca for supporting the families that are struggling with traumatic brain injury. We know all about having a child with traumatic brain injury. It's a longer ordeal. You think it's over, but it continues. So I'm glad that they are moving forward and helping other families meet those needs, especially when it comes to insurance and covering the cost, even a portion of the cost, and their sacrifice. So I really appreciate their efforts, and Councilmember Dukes and Councilmember Douglas for coming to participate. This is the third annual year for their 5K. I also had attended a Tuesday meeting with the CDOT truck route discussion, and we need to look at what we can do here in Commerce City, because we can set the rules and regulations of where trucks can go in our city. And I would like to continue to have a conversation. I also attended the Kids First Health Breakfast. Was well attended. I appreciate the support going towards Kids First Health. And then this morning, myself and Councilmember Douglas were on a panel for ECPAC, Early Childhood Partnership of Adams County. And myself, let's see, there was Representative Lorena Garcia, Commissioner Emma Pinter, and then Commissioner Julie Malachi also were in a panel. And there was mothers there, and they asked us questions as far as what our daily day-to-day operation, what day-to-day looks like for us being elected officials. My day started this morning at 5 a.m. and hopefully I go to bed by midnight. But it was good. It was really good to take on that interview with those. Some are single parents as well. And then the the Hispanic Heritage Celebration. I kudos to the staff. Thank you for being proactive. City Manager Rogers, Chief Balanola, and put the reassurance. Nothing's guaranteed, but yesterday shows where the city's value is. And that was also of how many city employees were there too, attending booths. Our police department was there, and they were interactive as well with the community. I didn't see anyone, no concerns in anyone's face. All I saw was dancing, everybody having a good time, and asking for another one. So thanks again for making that happen, because without collaboration with all the different organizations, I don't think yesterday would have felt the way as it did. So, and seeing no others, it's 10:03, you get 27 minutes back. Thank you.